Hello, hello, hello. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to connect my headphones.
Mommy, can I sit down?
Hey, y'all. Someone said they can't hear me. Can y'all hear me at all? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hi, Hannah. Tia. Okay, good. I was like, okay. Trying to, because I don't know how much my headphones are going to pick up. My little one is currently watching Frozen 2. So there's that. All right. So I basically needed to get some stuff done. I am behind on reviewing, I am behind on reading, and I wanted to be productive this morning because it is incredibly cold outside and there's really nothing for us to do today. So I wanted to use the time to be productive, and this is a good way to hold me accountable. Plus, I have not done reading sprints on my channel in a very, very long time. And it's about time. It's been due time. Um, how is everyone doing this morning, wherever you may be? This is also a great time for me to be doing reading sprints for international viewers because I usually do my reading sprints at 8:30 EST, which I know for international people is rough. It is super rough. So timetable wise, I probably will sprint till about 2. I have a movie matinee with patrons today. We're watching The Woman King. And so I'm gonna need to hop off at about 2. Erica from the Broken Spine is out doing some errands right now, but she might be joining us later on. I'm sorry you're stressed out, Moonbook. I know it's cold in New York right now, Lena. I'm complaining because it's like cold here and I don't want to do anything. But I know it's not as cold as it is in other places right now. It's 7:30 p.m. in India. It's just so it's such an awkward time for me because of my little one. So it's kind of hard for me to schedule things during the day because I'm usually at work, and then we're usually doing stuff, especially on Saturdays. We do stuff like gymnastics and stuff on Saturday. So I'm usually not even home. But this morning, because we're not really doing much of anything else, like, well, this is the perfect time for me to do sprints and get some stuff done. Today's the first day. Oh, I'm happy that you're feeling back to normal. It's 2 p.m. So this is a good time, early in the morning. Can you get back to your girls like this is Oh yeah, that's a rough one. Girls like us is such a tough one. When's your birthday? Oh, happy birthday to yes, your birthday was yesterday. Oh my god. How did you share the same birthday as my dad? Oh my gosh, happy belated birthday. I'm so sorry, I forgot. It just clicked. It just clicked. Happy birthday. 2:04 p.m. in the States. Yeah, me too, honestly. I have trouble focusing sometimes. We're doing good. We are doing good. Okay, so what is everybody gonna be reading? I know I'm usually chatting, however, productive me is here. And so because productive me is here, I won't be chatting as much. Jacqueline, House of Spirits today. See if it happens. I feel you, Jen. I'm gonna go make myself some tea probably during this first sprint, to be honest. Yeah, she's playing. We're in the imagination play phase. And so it's so interesting, like seeing that, like building companionship with dolls and stuff like that and stuffed animals. Very, very interesting. I mean, I've seen it before, but I think constantly living with it now that I have my own child is very interesting to see the imagination play phase of things. Okay, listening to Dracula. Reading this summer. Okay, by Katrina Leno, beyond by Anne Pratchett. Cool. The Walking Dead. Oh, good luck. I still haven't even reviewed all the volumes that I've read, which is part of this, is me catching up. Are you building a choo-choo train?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell Top Chef. Okay. Speculation by Nisi. Oh, Regina, are you talking about hold on. Because I just got it too. It's right there. I was so excited. Which is, it's dumb for me to say I was so excited because I bought the ebook. So I was just happy that that I was able to get it. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm reading the Priory. Okay, Priory of the Orange Tree. Hold on, y'all. My mouse is acting weird. One Piece. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, Unsettled. I still need to read that one. I do that too. I listen, I do the same thing. I put my Kindle on airplane mode so it doesn't return.
Look, Mommy, I make a big switch for you.
I equally enjoy fiction and nonfiction. Ooh, good luck. Aaron, are you in a slump? Yeah, the cover is everything.
Get some water.
Yes, give me 1 second and I'll get you some, okay?
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, y'all. So for our first sprint, all right, so for the first sprint, I'm gonna start us off easy and I'm gonna do I'm just gonna do a 30 first. So let me pull up a 30-minute timer because I didn't even say what I was gonna be reading, which is amazing. I have some picture books that I need to some I've already read, but I need to do the review for. And some of them I have not read, but I need to get them back to work tomorrow because I've held them hostage for long enough. So that's going to be my focus for this first half hour. I do have recommendations for beginner readers on my Goodreads. And if you were talking to me, I don't know if you were talking to me. All right, y'all. Hold on. Let me get this situated.
What, Mom? I'm going to choose your flame.
That is not the right one. All right, y'all. Happy reading. Okay, how did everyone do?
What's that? Is that your stove?
Yes, babe.
Wow, why are you looking at this? Sorry.
All right, so I ended up making it through. Ooh. I think I'm on my third review. So not bad. I didn't really do any reading. I was mainly looking at because these were some of the picture books that I was writing a review for. Plantanos Go With Everything, which I think is really cute. And then the final one that I'm working on right now is Jump In by Chandra Strickland, which this one is the artwork, and this one is really, really nice. Like, it's about jumping rope, a lot of double dutch, which I still can't double dutch. My cousin spent so much of my life during the summers in New York trying to teach me how to double dutch, and I never got it. But we read this one. My daughter and I read this one during a story time that we had, and like, I love that these have these flap out kind of pages to it, which makes it really, really fun. I think there's a couple of these too that have, yeah, there's a couple of them that are like this, like that. So that's pretty cool. Can I turn what? Oh, can I? Yeah, 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 yeah. I can turn. That I used to be the like. I was the one who always did the turn. Now, if it was a single rope, I would kill it. But double dutch, like for some reason, I could never. When it came time to jump in, I would always mess it up. I could never jump in with double dutch. Single rope, always got it. But they used to have me turn in for double dutch because they were like, girl, like just stay on the outside. Um, but yeah, the illustrations of this one are absolutely, they're gorgeous. And I love that they made the decision to do stuff like this because it makes it super interactive. And then also I feel like this is like a perfect, it may be, I don't think it's too much for like if someone was to do a story time, I don't think it's too much. But we love this, like this part of it, like doing these parts together were really, really fun. So writing review for that one. And then this one also has really nice illustrations as well. The Platanos Go With Everything. The illustrations in this one were really, really pretty as well, which is nice. So yeah, and then I have another one that I wrote a review for, but I don't have a physical copy of that one, and that's oh, what is the name of it? I think Baba. What is it? Baba's Gift is the name of it. That was a biography that I wrote a um a review for. All right, let's see how y'all did. See, finish reviews and updates. Okay. By Delaney Diamond. No reading. It's all right, Bree. To your romance novel. Okay. Got some meal prep done. Yay. I did all of my cooking yesterday. I was so proud of myself that I don't have to do any cooking today. I'm so happy about that. Read 4 chapters. Okay. To get over page 300. 30 minutes of Dracula. Okay. To sew 12 seatbelt covers. Wow. I loved Healer of the Water Monster. The sequel comes out this year, and I'm excited to read it. I think it comes out in May, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, finished this morning. Made some progress on Freshwater. Okay. 35 pages, almost all. Okay. Lena, this book just, I don't even know how to explain. The book is a lot. Didn't do watch an episode of Snowfall. That's okay too. Yeah. We're thinking about that probably within like the next 30 minutes of eating something. Not Jackal, listen in the shower. That sounds nice, Jennifer. Bit of Six of Crows, okay. Yeah, the illustrations are gorgeous. Pure delight. Very talkative. Yeah, must have been cold, right? Like, I'm sorry, love. Oh, congratulations, love. How are you feeling and how is she doing? Oh, good luck. Good luck. Yeah, it's really I didn't realize that the author was going to do a sequel for it. So I was really, really excited to see that the sequel was releasing. The coffee. Okay. Demon Copperhead. Hey. Oh, I've been seeing more of Aya's works around. I feel like at my library. New Star. Okay. Ready to finish the book today. How are you enjoying it, Tia? We are checking in. We just did our first sprint, and so we were checking in to see about progress. Just been pushing the current part to start the second side. Oh, okay. So the next sprint that we do is going to be a 45-minute sprint. I think that for me, I'm trying to think about what I think I'm going to keep on the picture book train, to be honest with you, because it is I've been slacking on writing I've been reading them, especially because my daughter and I do them. We read some of them at bedtime, especially the ones that I've been checking out that are newer releases that are releasing this year. I'm trying to do a better job about keeping up with newer release picture books, but to be quite honest with y'all, the amount of picture books that release in a week, I'm definitely not going to be able to read all of them. But I'm trying to keep up. But I think I need to read this one. I'm not a huge fan of the artwork in this one. Because we've read the first one. What was the first one? Oh, I can't remember what the first one was, but a lot of this has to do with Carnival in the Caribbean, and we read the first one together. We liked it, but not a huge fan of the artwork. So I think I'm going to continue with the picture books because I've been holding them hostage. But I think that's it for the 45-minute sprint. That's what I'm probably going to do. And then after the 45-minute sprint, probably, well, no, not even after. I probably will get her set up to have some lunch soon. But I'm going to go ahead and put the timer up so we can go ahead. I told y'all, this is not my usual chatty. We're only doing one sprint. What cupcakes, Boo?
Yeah.
Oh, you talking about what? Oh, that's a whole cake, though.
Yeah, and it has flowers on there.
I'm guessing that's what's next, correct? Yes? Okay, I got you. I got you.
Cupcakes.
I'm just gonna tell. Yeah, I bet it is. An adjustment. Fireworks? What fireworks? You talking to me, Renee? All right. Let me.
Cupcakes.
Oh, yeah, cupcakes.
Cupcakes.
This is what it's like having a toddler. This is why I typically do not do live shows during the day, because I always feel like, oh my gosh, like, because I want her to be able to like enjoy her. This is her house, you know what I'm saying? Like, I want her to be able to do what she wants to do, but I don't know, like, if people like get bothered by like hearing that in the background while I'm live. It doesn't bother me, but I always think like, is it gonna bother other people? Because I'm not gonna tell her not to enjoy herself. You know what I'm saying? So, oh, on the picture book, I think so. I think it is. I just don't really like I just don't like the artwork. Well, I don't have any, y'all. So are y'all gonna give me some to give to her? Because I literally don't have any. We do have COOKIES. I have to spell things now, so we don't. So I'm gonna say it one more time for y'all. We have COOKIES, and that's that's about as close as I have to a CUPCAKE. Are they having the party? Is it a winter party?
Huh?
Is it a winter party?
Yes, Mommy. Yes, silly.
I am silly. It's my internal thoughts out loud. I get it. It made me a better speller too, because my grandmother used to do that to me where like, and at some point she forgot how good I had gotten at, because of just being pure nosy, she had forgotten how good I had got at it. And so she would spell stuff. Like one time she had gotten mad at my dad and she was like, I just don't understand why her dad doesn't IRON her clothes. And I was like, but he does iron my clothes. And then she looked shocked, like, oh, I forgot. Like, yeah, that is true. I just always like, because people ask, well, why don't you like do sprints and stuff during the day? And I'm like, well, I mean, I'm a mom first, so my kid is gonna be here. Like, I'm not gonna tell my kid to be quiet. So, if that's kind of why I kind of refrain from doing it. And sometimes like during it, like I may get distracted and she may ask me a question or she may need something and I may have to take care of that in the middle of me doing whatever I'm doing online. So yeah. But all right, I'm gonna do the 45 minutes.
45 minutes.
You just did a 5. Where's the 4? One more finger. There you go. And then give me 5. That's 45. Good job. Yeah, it does only last for so long. And so we're taking full advantage of it right now. But my kid is also already writing her alphabet at 3.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, W, X, Y, and Z. Now I know my AC.
And I feel like
I want to say with me.
we need to start doing something along these lines because it's getting to that point.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 4.
All right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Are you just trying to show that you know your alphabet and your numbers? Yeah, I figured. Which is
10, 9, 8.
We also learned how to count
7,
backwards, so that's the
6,
new thing.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's stop.
All right, y'all. Let's do this 45.
Well, this one did 5.
It's 45, boo boo. Okay, how did everyone do? I'm actually still in the middle of reading this one. I don't know who sent me. Hold on. This Macmillan sent me this one. Basketball Dreams by Chris Paul. I'm gonna have to read this one again because I'm not sure how I feel about the cadence of the text. I did finish another level reader, which was Dirt and Bugsy Bug Catchers. This is definitely good for little ones who like bugs. It made my skin crawl while reading it, but I'm also not the intended audience for this one. But I thought it was cute and charming. I also finished Aurelie is a Dreamer, which is a biography of Aurelie Morales, who's a DACA recipient. And she talks a little bit about her experience coming from Mexico to the US and what it's like to be a DACA recipient. Not so much about being a DACA recipient, but just more about her adjustment of moving here to the United States when she was in kindergarten. And then I also finished Maleke's Winter Carnival, which, once again, I'm just not a fan of the artwork. That's the issue that I'm feeling kind of with this whole series, is that like I'm not a fan of the artwork at all. So this is the artwork. I'm just not. I like the storytelling, but I'm just not a fan of the artwork in that one. I was intending to reread and write my review for Kapa'ai Mayu, which is, I don't know if y'all have seen this short film. This book is based on a short film, and it was nominated for an Oscar, I believe, in 2021. It talks about these 4 individuals who are dual male and female that move from Tahiti to Hawaii, and just the things that they did while they were there with the community. And then there were 4 specific stones that were put into place in honor of these 4 individuals. And then they were pretty much lost to, I don't want to say lost to history, but colonization kind of ruined the four stones that were put in place to honor these 4 individuals that came from Tahiti to Hawaii. And it's really, really good. I highly, highly, highly recommend. This is some of the artwork in this one. I highly, highly recommend checking out the short film if you can. It's on YouTube. All you have to do is type in Kapa'ai Mayu and it'll come up. It should be the first thing that comes up. But the artwork in this one is completely beautiful, and it's bilingual, which I loved as well. But I really, really enjoy this. I think this one has gotten a Stonewall Book Award. I don't know if it was a winner or a nominee, but I know that it is a Stonewall Book Award. But I can't remember if it was 2021 or 2022 that it was. But if you can, definitely watch the short film for that one. It's really, really good. Oh, you did? You watched the short? Okay, watched the short, and it's really good. It's, as a matter of fact, hold on. Y'all gonna be like, girl, what are you doing? Because I just feel like I've been trying to tell people, because it was my first time reading it, and the book came out last year. And it took me so long to pick it up, but it's so good. And I watched the short film. I think I did that during Patron Sprints. That's the short film right there. I just dropped the link in the chat. If you want to check it out, it's really, really worth it. All right, let's see what y'all have been reading. I see Heather has been on her DNF game. You DNF more than you read this month. I am not surprised, though. Yeah. The Transwrite Readathon is this upcoming week. It hasn't started yet. Has it started yet? Because I'm trash with dates, but I'm sure one of y'all is gonna get to it before I actually even pull it up on my phone. Hold on, let me see. Okay, it's on the 20th. It's on the 20th, from the 20th to the 27th. So, yep, starts tomorrow. If you haven't had the chance. All right, chapter 6 in Spite House. 44% into Marry Me. Blot list. Some soup and bought some clothes. I have some soup on the stove right now. Hi, Betty. Thank you for joining us. 46%.
Bye.
I just joined in reading Take the Lead by Alexis Daria. Watch a tutorial for the soup. Okay, start learning to print plant seeds. Ooh, that sounds fun. Good progress. 87 pages into that dangerous energy. Sweet Fang, Black Vampire Romance. Please don't DNF, Heather. Oh, you're in part 2? I was like, wait, how does that work? I got confused too. Yeah, 20. Okay. Got my. So my patrons are actually controlling my reading for this week coming up, so that should be fun. It starts today, but I'm gonna pick up some stuff. I'm gonna pick up some stuff for the readathon as well. Reading Black Flamingo by Jane Ada. Writing it's getting YouTube, but I think I like it. I think I have a copy of that. I do. I'm looking at it. It's like I have a copy of that somewhere on my shelf. I just have some ramen. That's it. I'm not really making anything. I just needed something quick. Hey, Deidre. A couple chapters into the Davenports, and I warmed up my lunch. I was not a huge fan of the Davenports. I see why people like it, but I was kind of half and half with it. I gave it 3 stars. I wanted a little bit more from it, and it took me forever to read it. So I was not exactly the happiest camper with the Davenports. Oh, Erica, you did text me. Hold on, Erica, I'm texting you now. Okay, so we are going to do, I think in this next sprint, we're going to do another 45. I'm going to I'm going to finish reading this one. And then I just need to catch up on reviews because I'll have this stack that I need to review. And then, because y'all did not know this, I also have to write. I also have to write my review for Abuela Super Kappa, which I thought was, it's not happening, Brie, let it go. I'm not doing 2 hours at all. I need to write my review for Abuela Super Kappa. I'm a huge fan of Carol Boston Weatherford. She does a lot of great stuff in terms of picture books, but I was not a huge fan of this one. I did not like this one as much as I thought I was going to like it. I also need to write a review for Pirate Queen, which is a short. This one, I'm not doing a 2-hour sprint at all. I also need to write a review for a story of Pirate Queen, and then also a review for Justice Rising, which is 12 amazing Black women in the civil rights movement. The artwork in this one is also really, really nice. I really, really love the artwork in this one. And it's essentially like short biographies of the 12 women from the civil rights movement. So I think that's what I'm going to focus on. Well, I'm not going to meet your love language today because I'm not doing a 2-hour sprint. Like, not happening. I'm not going to meet your love language today. So I'm going to go ahead and do, I'm going to go ahead and put the timer on for
me.
No, not for you either.
For you.
For me, yes, baby. I'm going to go ahead and put the timer on for another 45, and let me share my screen. All right, y'all. Happy reading.
Bye.
Sorry, had a phone call. It happens. Real life. Hey, Erica. You're muted.
Oops, sorry. I oops, I got a lot going on over here.
Yeah, same here. Same here. I was not expecting. I apologize, y'all, but I had to take that phone call. And it just happened to come in literally 30 seconds before this sprint ended, but I had to take that phone call. What did you do, Erica? How did you do? Did you read?
I did. I read a
Okay.
little bit. I'm reading. It's a graphic novel
Uh-huh.
where the black stars rise.
Okay.
Um, it's a horror, eldritch horror, and it is by I think the author is Lebanese.
Ooh.
I think because I think the characters they're in New York, but I think they're Lebanese.
Okay.
So far, I mean, it's good. I got to this part right here, and I was like, "What is this?" It's a blog post.
Oh, I love multimedia graphic novels, though.
Yeah. So I was like, "Okay,
Not bad.
yeah."
Portrait angels. So the dogs outside make coffee. Y'all are being productive.
Oh
Like
my
this time so much. And a loud cat. Yes. Oh my gosh, Lena. I'm feeling for you right now because it's been a while since I've read Girls Like Us, but I just will never forget my reading experience of that one. Your reading skills become much clearer from this experience. Okay. Managed for it. Oh gosh. I read Sex Cult Nun last year. And I had feelings.
I remember you talking about that.
I had feelings about Sex Cult Nun. I had a lot of feelings about it. Hey, hey, hey. All your twisted secrets. Okay. Part 2, chapter 9 in Jackal. Fold and load of laundry, start another. Productive. Keep listening, Jackal.
Have you read Jackal?
I have not. I have not gotten to it yet. I have the audiobook for it, but from Libro, but I haven't listened to it yet.
Yeah, I found we had like 3 copies on the shelf at the
Mm-hmm.
library, and I took one. Everybody has a shelf. And I put one of the 3 copies on my shelf.
On your shelf. Ooh, that's one of my favorite nonfiction graphic memoirs. They call this Enemy. I love it. Ooh, DNF Akatar. Finish yoga, now you can read. Look up. Oh, I hope you feel better, love. I know you
Yeah.
haven't been feeling good. The cover is a sham. This book is heavy. Yeah. The cover is deceiving. What's the other book I read where I think the cover was deceiving? Parachutes by Kelly Yang has a very it makes it look like a typical YA contemporary. And it's anything but. And so the cover is very much so misleading for the heavy content that isn't. But I love Parachutes by Kelly. I mean, I love Kelly Yang. But I really enjoyed Parachutes. It was such a good book, but heavy content. Let's see, Headphones Died, ebook from Ninth House. Okay. The Man Who Died Twice, and then okay.
I
What?
forgot my smoothie. I ordered
Where's?
a smoothie from Smoothie King, and I forgot to pick it up.
Can you go get it during this next sprint, or
I am
do you?
not. I am
Go on.
not. I am not. It's like
Can you cancel your order and get your money back?
I did this while I was out. So it's been like an hour. Like when I sent you a text message, I just
Yeah.
walked in the door. So I did this before I
Okay.
even left where I was.
Okay.
I'm not going back out there.
I don't blame you.
Somebody
I,
else
ref-
can have it.
I refuse to leave my house today. Like, I just refuse. The temperature dropped last night, and I was
Yeah.
like, well, no, fuck that. I will
And
not
it's
be leaving.
like the wind is blowing, and
Yeah. It's like, no. And plus, I'm trying to save. I don't need to go anywhere. I'm trying to save some money right now. So, me leaving this house and going anywhere, I had to prep my child this morning. I said, when we got up this morning, I said, I just want you to know we're not going anywhere today. Just so you're mentally prepared. We're not leaving this house today. So,
I mean, oh well, I got coffee, so
we got coffee. That works. I just think, oh, kitchen is cleaned up 5% further to Veil Throne. Okay. What book is that in that series, The Veil Throne? Is that book 3 or 4? That's Ken Liu's series, right, Deidre?
yeah. I have the first book.
I had the first one too. Tiny Beef with Cheryl Strayed. Okay. Well, I'm still writing my reviews because I really want to film a wrap up, which I haven't done in 3 weeks. And I was doing it once a week, and I haven't done it in 3 weeks. And so I have a lot. I have like 30 or 40 books to wrap up.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do
Huh?
do you write your reviews before you do your wrap ups?
I do. Which is why it's taken me so long to do it takes me a long time. I'm lost my train of thought because something just came through on my phone. I was trying to read it at the same time. That's what I get. Yeah, I do, because it helps me. What it ends up happening is that when I have my review sitting in front of me when I'm doing my wrap up, it helps me get out the information quickly and concisely.
Mm-hmm.
And it's less work for me on the back end in terms of editing. When I do not have my reviews done and I sit down and I review, it takes me longer. I usually am not as cohesive. And the editing is just absolutely ridiculous. And 9 times out of 10, this wrap up is potentially supposed to go up tomorrow. We'll see what happens, but I would really like for it to go up tomorrow. But I'm extremely behind on reviews, to be quite honest with y'all. Like, I have been reading a book a day for middle grade March, and that alone has been, so I've read 17 books for middle grade March, kind of like a book behind technically, and I've only reviewed 9 of them.
Oh, okay.
So there's that, and then I'm trying to catch up on these picture book reviews, and then I have some children's books that I've been trying to get through. Basically, I have a lot of holds at my job right now. And I need to return some of this stuff so I can check out my hold, because my holds list is getting astronomical. But I'm still going to continue to write reviews, I think, for the next sprint, because I just put Baby Girl down for nap. So this is the time to get a lot of stuff done. But and I don't want to keep reading, because like I have this other leveled reader that I wanted, but it's a level reader comic book.
Okay.
Which, Erica, y'all should have these. These are, I just pointed this out to my colleague the other day, and I was like, I've been ordering these, but I just thought they were beginner readers or leveled readers. I didn't realize that this is I can read comics.
I'll check, because
Yeah.
I haven't seen at my library. I haven't seen them, but they may be at the main library or a bigger library.
They're really, really
Oh, that's cool.
They're cool. I think they are like the coolest thing.
Yeah.
They are amazing for kids who, and it feels very validating now how much publishers are really starting to take comics and graphic novels seriously and creating those.
I had a lady come in. Her daughter was checking out books, and she was like, "Is that another comic book?" And her daughter was like, yeah. And the mother was like, God. And I was just like,
Oh man, that's the frustrating thing about working in a library is when you have those parents who come and they're like, oh, you need to pick out some real books, and it's like, but baby,
yeah.
that is a real book. Shut up.
And I wanted to say something, but I was like, nope, I'm gonna stay in my lane.
Yeah.
I'm too new here to
To
cause,
jump in just yet.
to cause
Yeah.
that kind of chaos.
Um
But if I was still at the bookstore, I would say something.
but see, the thing about it is that like it's not, I don't know how to explain it. It it's not always a recipe for getting behind on reviews, because picture book reviews are really, like, for me, are just 5 to 6 sentences. It's just literally finding the time. And I do want to review them because I read a lot of this stuff, and I know that people look for, especially caregivers and parents. We talked about this last night at the live show. I know that parents and caregivers look for recommendations of like these shorter books, um, to make decisions about, maybe, like, from the library perspective, what they should be buying for the library, or, what to get as a gift or stuff like that. Like, so I do get behind, but I don't get frustrated or upset or get deterred from reading children's books because I can read them so quickly, and that the reviews will I don't know how to explain it. I wish I had better words to explain it. But yeah, I mean, it is a lot of reviews, but at the same time, it's not the same as writing a review for an adult nonfiction, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, can I share my screen for a second?
Yeah.
I'm gonna show you. Have you seen? Before I say that, have you seen the picture book with Ibram X Kendi, Zora
The
Neale
second.
Hurston?
Mhm.
Yeah, that. So never mind.
Yeah. The first and the second one that he's done. This
Okay.
is the second one that he's done. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Child, of course I would have to.
Oh,
That's my job.
I know. But the thing about it is, I just saw it. I just saw it come into the library. Like,
yeah, and of course, you'll see that, like, because before I had my job, I wouldn't know as much as I know. When I was working front facing, I didn't have to keep track of new releases like that.
okay.
So when new picture books and new, you know, chapter books and stuff, like when even like YA and adult stuff, like, unless it was something that had a lot of marketing behind it, or I was just very familiar with the author, like, I wasn't as aware of new releases. But because I'm in collection development now, it's very rare that there are new releases for youth. Adult, that's still a different ballgame. Like, I don't know what the hell is going on with adult material.
Okay.
But with children's stuff, like, every Tuesday and Friday, I order twice a week. And I'm already ordering out. I'm ordering books that release in May right now.
Okay.
So yeah, I see a lot, which is why, like, I think it's even interesting, like, being in the booktube community or being in the bookish community and seeing new releases, and people not even realizing sometimes really the volume, especially when you think about like kids lit, the volume of that stuff that releases every single week. It's disgusting.
We just got 2 boxes of new releases, adult. And when I saw the Magnolia Flowers come in, I was like, what?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, how did I miss this? Y'all, I mean, that I'm a Zora Neale Hurston stan.
Yeah,
I
that's
know that this was a thing.
Yup, that's the second one that he's done. And I got confused for a second when I saw it originally, um, because I knew about the first one that he had done.
Mm-hmm.
So when I saw the second one, I thought maybe I was looking at it. I mean, I saw the release date on it, but sometimes people do stuff like re-releases or cover changes of stuff. So I don't know. It's weird because I knew about Magnolia Flower, and the second one is was it making of butterflies?
Yeah, I think something like that.
Yeah. So when I saw it, I had got confused and I was like, oh, I said, dang, I said, okay, so he's doing another one. In addition to the one that now granted, which is kind of sad. I haven't read either one of them.
Good. I have it in the car. I need to take it back. I've had it for a
Yeah.
long.
I have not, yeah, I have not read it yet. So that's super unfortunate. It just also with us, like, do y'all have this issue, Erica? Do y'all get stuff like before release day? Or do you get stuff late?
It is. So my experience so far is adult.
Uh-huh.
We get sometimes before release day in
Uh-huh.
our library, but right now we have a floating collection except for the central library.
Uh-huh.
Um, so we'll get like the adult books early, and then it'll go out to the
Other
different
locations. Cause
different
okay.
branches.
Yeah.
But the kids stuff, we always seem to get late.
Okay. Okay. So we have I wonder who y'all's vendors are. Y'all have to use Baker and Taylor.
We do.
Okay. Baker and Taylor has been off the chain lately. We had a meeting with one of their reps
Uh-huh.
a few weeks ago, and I order stuff 2 months in advance. Like, and I'm the centralized selector for children, so there's no other. Just for explanation for y'all, like when your libraries order stuff, they use vendors, so
Mm-hmm.
we're not typically ordering directly from publisher. Whenever you go through a vendor, you usually get a percentage off, and it's because you're ordering in bulk, um, essentially. And one of the primary vendors that libraries use is Baker and Taylor, or they use Ingram as well. When the pandemic initially started, like any business and any company, Baker and Taylor started having issues with their warehousing, so they weren't really able to keep a lot of people like on staff. They had a high turnover rate, and I think they're still trying to. Um, I think they're still trying to stabilize their turnover rate and get people trained and stuff. So what's happening is that people are not getting new releases on time, and that was understandable like 2 years ago. But we're now in 2023, and in the library world, street date is nothing more than release date.
Yeah.
Street date is law. Like, street date is important. Street date influences a lot of things.
Yeah.
Um, and so we're not getting our books anymore before street date, even with me ordering 2 months out. So I've ordered everything that I've needed to order for the month of May as of last week.
Oh.
So I've ordered all of the picture books, chapter books, beginner readers, board books, YA stuff, middle grade stuff, like all of that stuff that is released in May. I've already ordered as of Friday of last week. So the fact that even come the first like release week of May, none of our books they won't be there. So in turn, patrons are having to wait an extended period of time. We're getting stuff like 2-3 weeks after it's released.
Yeah, I have noticed that like when the new children's books come out, there was a request to share the screen.
Oh yeah.
Um
Oh,
so
to see the
yeah. So that's Magnolia Flower.
flower. And then the one that just
Um,
released a couple of weeks ago was
um
the making
but
of butterflies.
yeah, so this is the making of butterflies. So they're beautiful covers.
They're gorgeous. I just have not read them yet.
I haven't read The Making of Butterflies, but I read the story, Magnolia Flower, and I've read the picture book. The picture book, oh my gosh, the panels are, I'd have to go out to the car, but the panels are gorgeous.
I bet they are.
They're just gorgeous. So if you do nothing else, you don't even have to read the story. Just read the panels. Just look at the panels. They're gorgeous.
Yeah, yeah.
The artist is amazing. So,
Who is the artist on those?
I don't know if it's the same.
I didn't even
There are
look.
two different artists. Ka Yang, I can't pronounce that name. What Yangni for The Making of Butterflies, and for Magnolia Flower, it's Lovey's Wise.
Okay, so the illustrator on The Making of Butterflies is newer. I don't. Their next work doesn't come out until October of this year. I'm about to say I've never seen. I'm not familiar with the with that artwork per se. It's gorgeous though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I I'm feeling the vibe on that on the Making a Butterfly. Magnolia Flower though too has
Mhm.
beautiful. Okay, that's why. Okay, so the illustrator for Magnolia Flower also did. I was like, why does that look a little bit familiar? They did The People Remember by Evie Zaboy, which is like one of the
Oh.
few Kwanzaa books that has been done that is professionally reviewed. I know there are a lot of Kwanzaa picture books out there,
Uh huh.
but for us, all libraries have a collection management policy, which determines how we select what books we select. And
Mhm.
so people often ask, like, why can't libraries buy everything? There's a lot of reasons behind that. We legitimately, one, we can't afford it. Two, we don't have the space. Three, everything is not quality.
That's
And
true.
so you can't literally just buy everything. Um, so I struggle with as a selector, I struggle when it comes down to Kwanzaa because whenever I disperse holiday books, I always have such an easy time when it comes to like Christmas and Hanukkah. Um, and there's a lot of winter solstice books out there too, believe it or not. But when it comes down to me having to find stuff for Kwanzaa and it be like books that I can like based on our collection management policy that I can actually purchase, it's so like the last one that has come out that had enough for me to be able to actually purchase it was um the one that this illustrator is on, which is The People Remember by E.B. Savoy.
Mm. She has, or the illustrator had, I don't, trying to find out when, had a New Yorker cover.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Well they did the cover too for A Blaze with Color, a story of painter Alma. So I've come across their work a little bit because I'm familiar. And then they did the I'm guessing they did the illustrations too for Say Her Name by Zetta Elliott.
Mhm. Okay.
And they also are doing the illustrations for Kelly DiPuccio,
Okay. I don't
her
know.
new book. She does, what does Kelly do? Kelly does a lot of the like Antoinette, this animal,
Okay.
and the Antoinette books, Gaston, Grace for President, Una, which
Okay.
is the mermaid book. But
Okay.
she's very, very well known in the picture book industry. But I didn't realize that they had illustrated so much. So he's been paired with some really good illustrators to
Yeah.
do these picture books. That's nice though.
Yeah. The New Yorker that I saw, it's called Nurture. Love
Uh-huh.
Lovey's Wise's Nurture, May 28th, 2018.
Ooh.
That's pretty for the New Yorker. That's pretty.
That's pretty big to be,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, that's pretty That's pretty big. let's let's be honest here.
Yeah.
Everybody can't just do illustration for the New Yorker.
So we have to find like if she sells like art prints or something.
Yeah.
Because the guy, and I can't think of his name now, he did the covers for the hardback covers of Parable of the Sower and Talents and another Butler one,
Yeah.
Fledgling, I think. And he sells prints of his artwork.
Ooh. Y'all, there are so many picture books that I want to catch up on.
So,
Okay, the one that I read, because I don't think you were on. No, you weren't on yet. I read one. I was saying the one that I had read by Kara Boston Weatherford in the past couple weeks was not. It didn't hit the way that I wanted it to hit. And Carol Boston Weatherford is an OG picture book writer, and does some amazing. If y'all have ever read Unspeakable, which I believe is a Coretta Scott King and Caldecott award-winning book. I think it's gotten both, if I'm not mistaken. But if you ever seen like Unspeakable, like she pairs up with some really amazing artists and puts out some really, really beautiful ones. But there's one that I had read last year, I think, like towards the end of last year, Standing in the Need of Prayer. That one is so. Let me show y'all the cover. That cover. She also did one for Aretha Franklin. She just knows. I don't know whether it's her or the publisher that knows who to choose in terms of the artists that she works with. But my goodness gracious, she works with some beautiful artists. So that's the cover for it.
Okay.
And that picture, the picture that is right, like that's one of the spreads in the book. It is, yes, it is gorgeous. I mean,
like
absolutely gorgeous.
the everyone can what? I'm
But
sorry. I'm looking at the last comment.
oh, hand pinky waving. I think it's an emoji, but
Okay.
it doesn't transfer over.
Oh.
It doesn't transfer over. Yeah. That's a legit person. I promise you, that's a legit person.
No, because now I was like, what is this?
No, it's a legit person.
I mean,
It's not spam. This one too, y'all. This cover too.
I have not seen that.
Yes, this was a Coretta Scott King Award winning one as well. And this one we can never keep on the shelves. But of course, it's about Aretha Franklin. It's an Aretha Franklin biography. Yeah. It is, when I tell y'all, I wish there was more. Like, the cover of that one and the artwork inside is beautiful. Beautiful. And I feel like she always wins an award, like every year. She cleans out. This one is gorgeous too. Unspeakable.
I just saw that.
Yes.
It's amazing. Like the somebody said the covers.
They're gorgeous. Always gorgeous.
Like, kids books in general, I find that their covers are so much more appealing than adult covers.
Yeah.
And I'm
they
like,
are.
Why don't we have this level of creativity?
I don't know, but it's just the amount of work. Like, this is another pretty one too. This one is a translated picture book, but it's about mothers across the globe. Mm-hmm. Let me show y'all first of all. This.
Wow, it's so
beautiful. It's so like, beautiful.
You want to take them out and just
use it as an art print.
Yeah,
like, they are absolutely, the artwork of these are so gorgeous. And I love that it's just so many it
Yeah.
captures motherhood from different parts of the world
Uh-huh.
and then different time periods in history. And I love her tattoos.
That's
Ugh,
amazing.
yeah,
Like the detail.
the detail alone is just. I'm always. I just sometimes I wonder, like when people are like, "Oh, I don't read picture books," and I'm like, "But y'all, for the art
Yeah,
alone,
for the art.
just the art,
I mean,
they're worth a read."
even when I worked at the bookstore, I would go into the kids section
Yeah,
and just like flip through the picture
yeah.
books. And I mean, I can do that in the kids section at the library too. But
Oh, sorry. It's
sorry.
called
Hmm?
Mama, A World of Mothers and Motherhood. And it is it's just poetry.
That's nice.
Yeah. It's really nice. It was translated from ooh, I know it's translated because there's an award that the American Library Association gives out every year for translated children's lit. Let me see if I can. I feel like it's translated from Dutch, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure that this is translated from Dutch. But it's beautiful. I just can't this I cannot get past this artwork. Like I would love just to tear this page out of this book right now.
Don't do
And
that.
I know I can't do that. I can't do it. I can't do that. But I just want to tear that out and like hang that up in my house as an art print.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous. It is gorgeous. And then you have some picture books where the artwork is just, you don't really mesh with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it? One more time, Mama. What? I'm sorry.
Mama, Mama, A World of Mothers and Motherhood.
The world. Because I'm gonna look to see if we have it.
A copy of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's so just, oh my gosh. It's gorgeous. The artist on this is just amazing. I
Is it?
I'm
Is it?
mind blown every time I look at this book.
And of course, we do not.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah. Let's see. Because I belong to. We won't say how many
How
libraries.
many libraries?
They pretty soon they gonna come snatch my.
Your cards? This is
Well,
another one that has some very pretty artwork in it.
okay.
This is a children's book that was translated from Spanish. That's about the Spanish Civil War. And throughout the text, this also has artwork in it. That's gorgeous as well. Like this right here.
This looks like watercolor.
Right? But I really think, honestly, I feel like it's a mix of watercolor and pencil.
Mm.
But it's I just don't like this one too. Hold on. It's another full spread.
Wow.
Yeah.
But
Like
see, children's books are
I
kick.
wish more people in the community did, but I get it. I get it.
I mean, I will read, and I haven't, but I will read a picture book or a middle grade before I read a YA at this point.
I know a lot of people are not feeling.
Um, and I've told you this before. For some, I'm just not vibing with YA at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah. I get it. I get it. We were talking about that last night, that YA
Yeah,
is kind of going through um it's going through an identity crisis, which, you know, it is.
yeah.
It's going through some things right now.
And you were right last night about how, like, you can't, it's hard for teenagers, some teenagers, to find their space in YA because it's too old or the
Mhm.
content, and they're not in middle grade anymore.
Yeah, that
So,
12 to 14, the 12 to 14 age group is just the most difficult group to give recommendations to, you know, um, because they feel too big. It's the tweens.
yeah.
They feel too old to be in the kids section, but then content wise, every kid is not going to be at the emotional maturity to
Mhm.
handle some of the content. You know, every kid is
Yeah.
different. There are some kids who can handle it, but like as a librarian, I get very nervous about recommending some of the YA, and I depend solely on Kirkus. Like Kirkus is really, really good about the way that they review, the objective nature of their review, and also how they the range that they give. And a lot of YA books that come out now are often done by Kirkus. When Kirkus does review them, the age range that they typically give on them is about 14 to 18. And so we find, and then the middle grade that they review is often 8 to 12.
Okay.
So you get stuck in this thing where it's like literally 12 to 14. It's very few things that you see that are released where that 12 to 14 age group, their needs are being met. And so it's always like looking for YA books that read a little younger,
Mhm.
that would be appropriate to give out to a 12 or a 13-year-old. That's kind of like, well, I want to start exploring YA, but um, I don't, maybe not,
Yeah.
maybe not picking up. I don't know, like even Legendborn. Legendborn is reviewed for ages 14. That's the first book I saw on my shelf. Um, Legendborn is reviewed for ages 14 to 18.
Okay.
And so it's like, you want to pass out these things that are really popular, but then it's like, I don't know if I should give this to you because it's not reviewed for your age group. So it makes things kind of, I don't know, all of the popular stuff really. And what we're finding is, like I was saying last night, I have a colleague, her daughter is in that age bracket, is in that age range right now. Or she's coming close to that age range, and she no longer is interested in reading middle grade. Um, and so now we're kind of like thinking and working together a little bit, like figuring out like what the world can we, as far as recommendations, like what can you read? And a lot of it is older stuff, to be honest with you,
Yeah.
because that was before I think there was a lot of traction and a lot of money in that age bracket. And now because money is attached to it, because that's the way capitalism works,
Mhm.
they're going to keep writing for an older audience because that's where the money is. So
Yeah, that's where they put the money. The money, they can make the money in the 12 for the 12 to 14-year-olds because 12 to 14-year-olds ain't spending the money, it's the parents.
it's the parents, and oh
So,
geez, and then you have to convince the parent. And that's the thing about it, is that like a lot of it too is convincing the parents
mm,
that um it's worthwhile.
but and I get that, but they're not even trying because they're not even buying those books for that age group to even begin to
Mm,
convince the parents.
mm-mm.
They're not even encouraging those books to whoa, Erica did get a degree in English. Because I was about to subject verb agree all wrong. Um, yeah, they're not even
Yeah,
encouraging them to be written. So
yeah, they're not. Yeah, I would say that Fruits Basket. I've read maybe 3 or 4 volumes of Fruits Basket, which I should get back to that. 30 and 30 is next month. So thank you, Bethany, for reminding me that. That's probably a series I should get back to. I would say Fruits Basket is appropriate for a 14-year-old. I would even drop it down as low as 12-ish. Some people may say it could go lower than that. But yeah, it's okay for a 14-year-old. It's fine, content wise. Um See, and it's such a different it is that's parenting, that parent
Mhm.
may feel comfortable with their child, or I mean, I don't know, Kate Olsen, you got to tell me, like, has this parent read Twilight and Vampire Cat, you know what I'm saying? I would not feel comfortable with my 9-year-old reading that,
Mm-mm.
just because of content. I don't know if I would feel like my child is at I don't I wouldn't feel like my child may be at the emotional maturity at 9, to necessarily, you know, get that. I
That
don't.
and that is something like emotional maturity, mental cognition, all of that. You have to have a conversation with your child, especially about the issues with Twilight.
Yeah, yeah, and I'm also in the vein of mine too, where like I don't. It's I think as a parent, it's a very thin line to walk, because you don't want to censor anything from your child.
Yeah,
Um, so but at the same time, like, it's if it was something, like, if it was like a dire, like, I want to read it, everybody's reading it, I think that's where I would step in and be like, we're reading this together and we're having
yeah,
conversations about what is in this book. Like, for me as a parent, that's how it would function.
yeah.
Because I do remember my mom not letting me read, which is so funny now that I'm an adult and I'm a librarian. My mother would not let me read The Bridge to Terabithia,
Really?
because the night, let me show you, I'll share my screen. It's like the 19 had to be an 80s cover.
I mean, The Bridge to Terabithia is one of the most banned books
Um,
and challenged.
I need to find the cover. Hold on, where is it? Oh, here it is. Okay. So my mom would not let me read The Bridge to Terabithia because of how this cover, I don't know how I got my hands on this cover. Um, but I remember her putting it in the drawer because she was like, "You're not reading this yet." It was this cover right here, where you see how he's standing with his back against a tree and she's
Uh,
just. So my mom thought it was a romance
oh.
because of the nature of the cover. Um, and it's amazing because I'm like, why didn't you read just the back of the fucking book? I was so upset about that. I was like, you could have just read the back of the damn book. And it's a it's a it's a Newberry.
Yeah.
And so, if anything, like, my mom would, but my mom didn't even look into it. And so when she saw the cover, she was like, she was like, "No, ma'am, you can read this when you get
Yeah.
older." And when I got older and I finally read The Bridge to Terabithia, I was like, "What the fuck?" Like, it's sad as hell because all Newberries are depressing
Depressing.
and traumatic. Um, but I was like, "This is why we put this in a drawer." Like, really? Like, this is the book that we put in the drawer?
It's it's crazy. Oh, Thrift Books has that cover for $3.59.
I have read The Bridge of Terabithia once. I promise you I will never read that shit again. It scarred me. I just
Really?
won't. Yes, it was because I wasn't expecting that.
I,
When,
you know, it's been a long time since I read that, and I'm not gonna pretend like I remember it. Um, my sister, that's one of the books that she talks about on a regular basis.
oh my gosh, no, it's depressing. Like, I feel like I should have learned every Newbery honor, like, literally. every Newbery Honor or every Newbery Medal award-winning book that I have read has been traumatic. And I don't know why. I read Red, White, and Whole this month, which is a Newbery Honor for middle grade March. And I don't know why I thought it wasn't going to be sad. Like, it was the dumbest thing. It was my fault. I read the book and I was like, literally was tearing up. And I was like, you know what? Hell no. Like, the Newbery committee cannot be trusted because they pick the most traumatic books to win the Newbery. And so I feel like anytime I see anything that has a Newbery honor or a Newbery award winning medal on the cover, it's like anti TBR. I cannot pick you up until I know I'm in the right state of mind because I know you're about to fuck me up.
Maybe it's there. They read it and it's like, oh God, I remember this as a child. It's their
Exactly. My first
their trauma
the
page.
I learned so much because I had read Newberries before, but I think once I went into school, I learned so much more about, like, the youth media awards and stuff. And so for one of my youth literature courses, I had to read a Newbery, and I read Kira Kira by Cynthia Katahata. And oh my God. I was like, what is this? Why would you do this to a child?
I mean, and this is where I think parents, because when I was growing up, I swear my mother did not monitor what I read, but she said that she did. I read some
Erica says, no, you didn't. Says, no, you did not. You thought you did.
I read some stuff that I know that was not age appropriate, and I know was needed to have a conversation with your parents about it. But my mother, like when we were talking as an adult, and my mom was like, "Yeah, I read a lot of the stuff that you read before I gave it to you." And I was like, "But we never had conversations about it." And she was like, "I figured if you needed to have a conversation about
you would come to her." I'm screaming. You would come to her and talk to her about it.
Yeah. How am I supposed to know?
I'm done. I'm so done. It's amazing the things that you learn from books, though. You'd be like, oh my God. Even like as an adult now, like, it's amazing, like, things that I read. I'm like, oh my God. Like, do I need to talk to someone about this?
Yeah. It's so weird because as a child growing up and now as an adult, a lot of the stuff that people say that they read as a kid and I don't remember. I know I read it, but I don't remember the content.
Yeah, like, that's why going back for me now and rereading, like, those like, is this book problematic? Like, going back and rereading some of those books, I remember reading, like, the Little House books as a kid. But it's so different because I think, too, you don't have the world experience to really conceptualize, like, what you're reading. It's not there. Because I'm like, dang, when I read Little House in the Big Woods last year, I was like, when Pa said something, something darky, I said, what?
Oh, yeah.
Listen, when I tell you, like, I went through over and over and listened to that line over because I'm like, no, sis, like, you reading this in the wrong context, and this is not like, it was sick, and had the nerve because I listened to it on audio. Had the nerve. The audio had him singing it with his banjo playing. I said, oh no. No.
The things that they first of all, the required reading that they subjected us to when we were younger. As a little child of color.
Yeah. Huckleberry Finn.
Yeah.
What is
all
it?
of it. A lot.
What is
and this is more adult or young adult. What's the child's name? Fitzgerald. Tender is the night.
I hadn't read that one.
Great
I read
Gatsby.
Gatsby. I know people
Great
hate
Gatsby.
Gatsby,
Lord
but I
Jesus.
really like The Great Gatsby because it's messy as
Okay,
shit.
so it's messy. It
It's
really is
messy.
messy.
It's messy. I like the drama. I'm like, ooh, this is
It
so
it should
messy.
it should really be a soap opera.
It should. And people
It's
were like, it's
perfect.
so, and I'm like, I know it's problematic. I know there's a
It is.
lot of issues with it, and it really
Yes.
doesn't hold up. But y'all, come
Mm-mm.
on now. I mean, it was like, I'm like, I want her, but she's screwing him and he's screwing her. And I'm like, oh my God.
It is. It is like the original. What was that soap opera? Does it still come on? Not Days of Our
Days of
Lives.
our I was gonna say Days of Our Lives.
But I mean, it could be that too, because they're all the same premise. But it was another one that I was thinking about. All My Children,
Oh
maybe.
jeez. Child. It is like watching soaps. It's
Yeah,
horrible.
I mean, but it is so, like, it's so friggin' problematic.
It
What
is.
people probably don't know about F. Scott Fitzgerald is that he was super racist
Yes.
figure. He also wrote letters to the US government saying that we should not be free, so to speak. Just gonna
Yeah,
put that
he's
up.
not
He was a mess.
he was
He
a
was like,
mess. He was a mess. He was a hot mess. And so it's I always think that stuff like that is interesting is like how we have these feelings of like, dang, like I shouldn't like that book because he's messy.
yeah,
He's messy, and this book
yeah,
is messy.
let's see.
But I think I grew such because I had to read it in school, and I felt like just tear that book apart, like
Mm-hmm.
piece by piece, just in analyzing the book and studying it, and then so it is not it
Yeah.
does not hold up against the test of time.
No.
He's
And go ahead.
he's not like a lot of these authors though, like writing 60, 70, 80 years ago, even 100 plus years ago at this point, um going back and reading them now with a different
Mm-hmm.
lens as an adult as opposed to like
Yeah,
reading it when we were in high school or in college. Like you come in now with your own experiences and
yeah,
your own worldly knowledge, and that's why people ask me like, well, why do you reread? And I reread because as I get older, I have also gained my own personal experiences and I've learned a lot
yes.
more. So even how I may, because I haven't read The Great Gatsby in probably about 8 years, how I may have felt about The Great Gatsby 8 years ago, if I
Mm-hmm.
was to pick it up right now, I probably will not feel the same way that I felt 8 years ago. And then, we go back, I read The Great Gatsby in high school. And,
Right,
high school version of me is like, this is just juicy drama.
right.
Whereas, adult me with my own kid having a plethora of life experience, I'm not going to view things the same way.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
back to Huck Finn
Oh,
when
geez. You'll never get me to never again.
so so
Never again.
I remember reading that in high school, and my teacher, it was an honors class. My teacher was like, I'm going to tell you this, this is this. And she gave us some background on Mark Twain and Huck Finn and blah, 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 blah. Great. And so I did my senior paper on Huck Finn and
Uh-huh.
whether or not it was racist. I have thoughts, and I'm like, okay, this is also very problematic
Uh-huh.
because they dumped this into classroom settings as great literature, but in my research, it wasn't even written for Black folks. It was written
Yeah.
for white people. And it was published in the Atlantic, serialized in the Atlantic. Black people weren't reading the Atlantic at that time.
Exactly.
So why would you dump something like that that wasn't meant for Black folks to read? Or let me back up. It was only meant for white people to read, basically. So why would you dump something and say that this is not that it's bad literature, but why would you say that this is the greatest literature out there and force everybody to read it and subjugate them to this?
Well, I think you and I pretty much share the same feelings, you know, this about the highbrow elitism that comes with, you know,
Yeah,
classics sometimes, that are really not that good.
exactly.
That are really not, are really, and I think it's a social thing too. These are books that have been held in acclaim for so long that they are just considered to be, you know, the best of the best, especially with American classics. Like, and it's depressing. And I wish they would stop putting them into secondary classrooms for the sake that I think we've talked about this. I think it
Mhm.
deters um it deters kids from wanting to read. It really
Yeah,
does. We
it
build
does.
this love of reading when they're young, you know, all of these amazing board books and picture books and level readers, and then you know you have the children's chapter books and the middle grade books, and then they get to high school, and a lot of districts are trying to kind of change that narrative now here in the United States, but having, you know, oh, we're reading Great Expectations, and it's like, how do you go from what they've been reading, like going to the library, you know,
Yeah,
their public library or their school library, and what they've been like having as read alouds when they've been in like
yeah,
kindergarten, first grade, and second grade, to we're picking up the Great Gatsby. It's like, what the fuck? That's night
yeah.
and day.
And the other part of that is you go from, if you're cultivating good reading, and I hate to use diverse, but since I don't have another word to use, diverse reading, and you go to reading Dead White Men. Literally.
Literally.
That's where you've gone from reading picture books, good middle grade, good,
Confused YA.
yeah, confused YA, yeah, to reading Dead White Men. That's problematic.
It's I don't know.
So,
I do like that some are given, um but a lot of it too I think has to do with, I think now with this culture war that we have going on, I
mhm,
think that it's interesting, um in some ways, that it's become safer to you know, like I feel like people were, let's put it this way, I feel like people were making advancements to, you know, choosing more modern things
mhm,
for kids to be able to read for, you know, their English classes, um to now having to revert back again because you put something on a syllabus, a kid takes it home, a parent is up in arms, and then the entire reading experience is just screwed over. I saw, I don't know if it was a TikTok or an Instagram that someone had shared, and I wish I remember who it shared and who this was, about a teacher in Florida who was showing herself going, and I shouldn't say she because I don't know if that's their correct pronouns. They were going through their books, um, and they were illustrating how their books had to go through a review system before they were allowed in their classroom. And so
mhm,
they started with this huge stack of books that they wanted to put in their classroom, and then it got uneven because this stack over here was a stack that had not been reviewed to the standards of what was going to be acceptable in their classroom by the state of Florida and within their district. And so it's just kind of like we've made progress and now it's like 20 steps back because of everything that's going on with book banning and book challenging. And I know that Ulysses had brought it up about Jodi Picoult now getting banned in Florida.
Yeah.
And I hadn't seen the CNN segment, but I heard a little bit about it. But it's
And
just it's depressing.
Jodi Picoult is depressing as fuck.
It's like she really is. But like
So,
romance books, she's never
right,
written a romance book. So
no,
I don't know where
I've
that came from.
never.
She's
But
never written a romance book.
there's,
Ever.
but okay. I don't know what you consider romance. And I was having a conversation with a coworker, the one that I told you about,
Uh-huh.
and we were talking about what's that child's name? Colleen Hoover. And
Oh,
she was like, I've never read any Colleen Hoover, and I was like, okay, I don't recommend it. I've never read any Colleen Hoover either. But I am not gonna subject myself to that.
uh-huh.
And she asked me if I read what's that, 50 Shades of Grey? I was like, no, sure not. Don't intend to read that either.
I've never read it either.
And I was like, I feel people can read whatever it is that they want to read. I don't care. What I have a problem with is y'all were talking about TikTok last night. And what I have a problem with is that, for example, TikTok is, kind of controlling the narrative of what we're reading, people are reading and consuming. And Colleen Hoover, from what I hear, everyone talking about, is toxic. So why are teenage girls reading her and thinking that she's the best thing since sliced bread?
Social media. Social media is and it is so hard because it's torn, right? You're torn because I think when you work in a library, you're just happy to see more people reading.
Yeah.
But if you're being honest with yourself 100%, there's that part of you that's like, yes, I'm glad that reading is seen as cool,
Yeah.
you know, and that kids are interested in it. But then you start looking at it from a different lens where, it's not always as simple, especially when you start thinking about kids.
Right.
It's not always as simple as oh, I'm glad people are reading, because then it comes down to, well, what stories are being put at the top
Mhm.
of the list as the most important stories, the most important voices to be heard. And like I said last night on that live show, it is a privilege to not have to worry about books being written for you or books having voices and narratives that you resonate with. Not having to find that or
Mhm.
look for it or dig for it. It's just there for you because the way that society and publishing has always worked is that it's always been done for you. Um, and so my biggest fear in terms of kids um, is that we're losing that. And I always bring this up because it's just my nature to do it. I start getting concerned about that whole idea and concept of windows, mirrors, and sliding glass doors getting cut from the narrative, and how important it is not only for kids to be able to see themselves,
Mhm.
but to be able to look out into the world and see when someone else's experience, and then that sliding glass door is to be able to walk into someone else's experience, take a walk in someone else's shoes. And it's not happening so much, I think, with the younger readers, like, with middle grade and children's. It's not so much that, but I'm seeing a trend with like what I'm having to purchase for YA,
Mhm.
like having to go back and do retro ordering for, is these books that were nobody was fucking thinking about them in 2014 when they actually released. But they go viral on TikTok, and then all of a sudden now these books are getting traction. Same thing with Colin Hoover, where you know, I don't know. I don't read what you want to read. At the end of the day, as I always say,
Yeah.
read what you want to read. It's just not for me.
Yeah.
It's just she's just not for me. I have no interest. I think I read Never Never because I was like, oh, I've never read a Colleen Hoover. And I was like, that's not true. I read Never Never back in 2015, when she originally had did that with Taryn Fisher. And it was funny because when I was at work, my manager was like, she was like, oh, I'm so sick of it. Colleen Hoover's got another one coming out called Never Never. I said, oh no. I said, that's not new. That is old. And what's so funny about it is that it is now being marketed as an adult book when in 2015 it was marketed as a young adult book.
Oh.
And so the question now is trying to figure out, because we had it in our collection as teen fiction because that's exactly what it was reviewed and sold as. And now it's being reviewed and sold as adult. And so we don't know if content has been changed. We do know that it's a 3-in-1 with the cover change, but we don't know if the actual inside content has been changed. And I keep saying, like, this is exactly what I'm talking about. It's not about putting out new and fresh content. They know this is something that we can make. This is something that we can make money off of.
Yeah.
And so we're just going to repackage it because we know that she's, this is where she's at right now. It's for me, it's not even about chaos, and it's not even about whether she's toxic or not. I just don't, no shade. No, all shade, all tea. I don't read a lot of romance with 2 white characters anymore. I'm just being honest. Like, I hate to put it, and I'm not saying that I don't ever read it, because that's a lie. I do, but it's not, I don't gravitate towards it anymore because for me, they don't need my recommendations. They don't need my reviews because it's always been the standard.
Right.
I think for me, I try to give voice and leverage to those who have not been traditionally the standard. And so you have a romance, 2 white characters, 9 times out of 10. It's not that I haven't done it. It's not that I won't ever read it. It's not prioritized. I don't have, unless the premise sounds really good. I'm not really, it's not my cup of tea. And I don't knock anybody that does. If that's your decision, that's what you want to read. That's what you want to read. I'm all about freedom to read, accessibility to read whatever you want to read. I am just speaking for me when I say that it is not my preference. And you will not find me gravitating primarily to romances that are between 2 white individuals.
Somebody made a comment. Should Shade me? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. They said that their nephew was just going over some of the books challenged and banned in Florida and Solway.
Yeah, we heard about that.
I did not hear about that.
Yeah, we heard about that. I don't know who told us. I feel like somebody, I don't know if it was somebody in the department or somebody just in the system had heard about it and they had shared it and it was like, but why?
Yeah. It's a book about this dark-skinned child who doesn't like being dark-skinned and learning that it's okay.
Let me tell you, Floridians out there losing their damn minds.
I mean, all of us little dark kids out there that have been told our whole life that being dark skinned is not acceptable. And you ban a book that says that being dark skinned is acceptable. You've just told us once again that it's not acceptable.
Child, somebody had banned, it was another one that was like that. She wasn't dark skinned, but it was a little girl. What is, I can't remember. I think it's by Angela Joy. Black is a Rainbow. That one got challenged. And it was because of making other kids, this is what was said in the challenge form, because that got released. I don't think it was supposed to get released, but it got released. it would make other children feel inferior.
It's not for you.
I said, oh my God. It would make other children feel bad for being. Basically, what she was trying to say on the form was, um, it would make white children feel guilty for being white.
It's not for them.
I wish people understood like how bad these challenges and bans have gotten, especially in particular states like Florida.
Yeah.
Pen America does a very excellent job keeping um a running document. I think it's nothing but it's a spreadsheet. I don't want to say nothing but a spreadsheet because it's very extensive work that they're doing. And even ALA hasn't done something on that level with actually like they literally keep up anything that they get knowledge of. Um, they keep track of the book, the county, the state, the reasons why, whether it was actually banned or whether it was challenged, whether it is off the shelves or on the shelves, like because technically when a book gets challenged, it should not be removed from the shelf.
Right.
That's the whole purpose. It's a challenge. It's not a ban. But now people are when they challenge stuff, people are just going ahead and taking it off the shelf. And I'm like, no, when something gets challenged, you allow it to still sit on the shelf pending investigation.
Okay.
But now what's happening is that you're finding that people are challenging things and it's no longer sitting on the shelf pending investigation. It is as soon as we get a formal request to challenge a book, we're going to pull it out of fear. And I get it. And I have to respect the people who are having to make these tough decisions because I also have to make the same decisions that they make, which is why I feel like I keep talking about book banning and book challenging so much, is because I sit on these committees now.
Mm-hmm.
I've dealt with challenges now since this has gotten out of control. We have had to deal with challenges, and I've had to sit in a room and fight to say, this is why I, as a youth selector, I'm going to tell you, do not take this book off the shelf.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and these people are not, back to Alyssa's point about like people not even having to read the book. They don't read the book. 90% of the time that you're getting a challenge, these people have not read the book themselves. What's happening is you have organizations like Moms of Liberty. Moms of Liberty has created an entire PDF where they have listed books and they have given them on a scale of 0 to 5 whether they should stay or should not stay on the shelf. They even include QR codes in this PDF that people can scan, and it will bring up quotes and page numbers from books, whether it's in or out of context, for the inappropriate content within a book. And that's what people are doing. They haven't read it. They don't know anything about it. They have pre-made forms for people to fill out. That happened to us. Someone stole is exaggeration. They didn't technically steal, but they took and refused to return books because of the fact that they had this pre-designed form that they filled out that they had gotten from an organization. They then took the books from a display and left the form in the place and said that they would not be returning the books until we decided not to do those displays any longer. It's bad. Like people don't realize like it is bad. It's so bad. Like my thing about it is if you do not want your child to read something, that is your right as a parent, an adult, a caregiver, whatever. That is your God-given right. You can make any decisions that you feel like are best for your household. But what you cannot do is make decisions for everybody else's
Yeah.
household. You cannot go through, and I don't know what this is, like what defense people have for saying like, I want to challenge or ban this book. And it's like, if you don't want your child to read it, then don't read it. I had someone who sent in, listen, this was wild. Had someone say that they would not be returning to our library because we put up pride displays.
We had that.
And the response that was given to them was like, well, our job is to make sure that everyone feels seen when they come into our doors.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want my tax dollars going to that. And so I don't, and the other part of the response was, if you don't feel comfortable, do not feel obligated to check out anything from those displays. You don't have to read it if you don't want to.
Mm-hmm.
And the response was, I don't even want my child to see it. Because then they ask questions that I don't want to answer.
That's your problem.
What you gonna do when your child gets out in the real world and they encounter queer people? What the fuck you gonna do then? No, that's why you have people in society who can't function right now.
Well, first of all, they've already encountered queer people
all the fucking time. We are not
encountered them.
As someone who is queer, it is so it's very weird to me when people are like, I don't want my child to even see that. And I'm like, isn't it ironic that what you think, not everybody's queerness is perceptible?
Yeah.
And even then, I wouldn't even say, like, even if you think someone is queer, you're making assumptions at that point. You don't know. Right. So for you to even say, I don't want my child to even see it, when I saw that, I was like, sis, do you know how many queer people your child probably has come into contact with?
Sitting right next to them in the classroom?
Not even in the classroom, but even in your own fucking family.
I wasn't gonna go there, but since we were talking about outside of the home,
like in your family, I promise you.
Like probably right in your home. It could be you.
It could be. And so like when we got that response, I was just like, and she had said, my family and I will not be coming back to the library because of this. And I said, well, you dumb bitch, because unless you move out the county, your tax dollars are still coming to this bitch. Exactly. So what are you about to do? I said, what? I said, people would be really like just dumb as rocks, man.
And I'm like, I've heard that. Like I'm pretty fortunate where I am so far. I mean, we've had challenges. Yes, we have. But where I am, it's blue. We've got pockets of red. But my county is primarily blue. The state is primarily blue.
Really blue. Mm-hmm.
So, but when you get further north, then you run into more red, and that's where a lot of the things are going on up there.
Yeah.
But I find it interesting that they're having these talks when up where the challenges and the bannings are taking place, it's predominantly white.
Child, did you hear about the foolishness with Kirk Cameron?
No. Okay, so I have not been on the socials. I have not been watching the news or the boob tube. I had to get off of that.
Let me tell you. So Kirk Cameron, this was a while ago now. Not a while ago, but this happened over the course of a few. I don't know if it might have started, the foolishness may have started last year and bled into this year. I do know that. So Kirk Cameron was coming out with a Christian picture book.
Okay, I remember hearing about that. and then I tapped out after that. But go ahead.
So there was first of all, let's just say there is this Baptist organization that did a very interesting article on the hypocrisy behind what Kirk Cameron did. So first of all, anybody who understands libraries, like I just said, we cannot go out and just buy any book. There's criteria and guidelines, okay? He published his book with Brave Books, which is this Christian conservative children's publisher that we are not, no library is really going to consider them to be legitimate, because nobody is going to touch that with a 10-foot pole.
It's called As You Grow.
Huh?
It's called As You Grow.
I guess that's what it's called, child. I don't know.
I know, because it says published by Brave Books.
Yeah, it is published by Brave Books.
Okay.
And I went searching for all this stuff, and then when I got on Facebook, that's all I was seeing was advertisement for Brave Books. And I'm like, I really hate the internet sometimes because that's all that was coming up. So Kirk was in, and you know this too now, Erica. He was requesting that he could go to libraries and read his book.
Oh, I remember that.
Yes, he was like, I want to have a story time, and libraries were like, what the fuck? Like, no.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, they don't really believe in diversity of thought and religion. And everybody's like, but that's not the way that people have meeting room policies.
Yeah.
You can't just say, I want to do a story time. You have to let me do it. People are like, no, that's not the way that like, it doesn't work like that. That's not how things work. And they said that it was interesting that when I had looked over this article, it was interesting because it was like he went on Fox News and the Christian Broadcast Network, I think it was CBN, and was like drumming up all this drama before the release of the book. And people are like, sir, we know you just did that to increase your sales. Like, this is ridiculous. And he was like going on social media and telling people that this library was lying about this. And it was at one point, one library had to step in and was like, first of all, the space that you requested is not a space that you could even get access to. Like, it was just this huge thing with Kirk Cameron. And I'm like, listen, there are books that I would love to select that I can't select because I can't back it up. I can't justify the purchase. And a lot of libraries are like that. Just because your name is Kirk Cameron doesn't mean that you automatically get your book into library systems. That's not the way that works, unfortunately. And you went through Brave Books, which is not, it's a small publisher. It's an indie publisher, and they don't have the substantial reviews to back up a lot of libraries wanting to buy their books. Yeah. But I was just like, he went on this thing talking about how people were not inclusive and stuff, but then the way that this article had looked at it, it was talking about how some of those books are bigoted themselves with the messaging that they send out is very bigoted and not inclusive. And he said the guy who wrote the article, he's like, it's very interesting. And this is a Baptist Christian guy. He's like, it's very interesting that you claim that people who are not Christians are not inclusive, yet look at what you're pushing out. It's also not inclusive, and I don't know. I think that a lot of people just don't see the danger in book banning. I've seen people who have commented on my videos or people who have been in live shows have said like, oh, well, I don't know why they ban books. It just increases sales. And I'm like, no, it doesn't in the way that you think. And you're looking
short-term increase.
And even then, you are looking at it through the lens of an adult. It's about access for these kids. It has nothing to do with us.
Yeah.
Those books sometimes save the lives of kids who don't have that support or don't feel seen in their home lives or their personal lives. So, yeah, us as adults, it's not a problem for us to go out and buy the books. But what about those kids who don't have them? And then you have to think about it from like a small publisher versus a large publisher. I just went to a webinar last week, Thursday, where they were talking to the author of the book, Heather Has Two Mommies.
Okay.
And she has just done she has a new one coming out, I think in May. And it was her and the illustrator, and they were talking about like book banning and book challenges and, her experience writing Heather Has Two Mommies and how much banning and challenges Heather Has Two Mommies has gone through. And then the illustrator was talking about the fact that they run a small publishing house, indie publishing press, where they focus on BIPOC stories and other marginalized communities. That's their focus. And they were specifically saying, like, you know, when you think of like the big five, they can take someone getting banned or challenged. They can take that loss.
Yeah.
When you start looking at smaller publishing houses, we can't afford
Right.
for that to happen. Like it's detrimental to us in terms of our authors and our revenue. Like it can destroy a publishing house. So that whole narrative of like, oh, it increases sales and like, you know, it's a badge of honor. People are like, it's not a badge of honor. Nobody wants to be banned or challenged. No author out there wants to be banned or challenged.
And George M. Johnson talks about this. They're like, they wrote All Boys Aren't Blue so that young people can read it and see themselves
Yeah.
and not make the same mistakes that they made.
Yeah.
And learn what consent is, and even what abuse looks like.
Yeah.
And I mean, I read it, I loved it,
I loved it too.
and I was like, I need to reread it, especially now with all that's been going on and people are talking about it more, which I think is great that people are talking about it more. And then, you know, there are people out there that are defending it more, but the pushback on it is just, it's just ridiculous. I don't understand. I was having a conversation. One of a former coworker is trans. And I was like, and when all the legislation from Florida was coming down, like some medical people said that, oh, they're not going to allow gender affirming care. And I'm like, why do you care so much? And I don't understand why certain groups of people care so much about the personal lives of other people that don't involve them.
I never, ever, well, I don't think my mind can literally comprehend the need to be pressed about something that does not involve you.
Right.
No one is forcing you to do anything. No one is forcing you to believe anything. No one is forcing you to accept anything.
No.
But the fact that you are actively trying to silence these people, I just don't understand that. Like it has nothing to do with you.
Yeah. I don't get it.
I don't get it. I will never understand that.
Yeah. I'm like, I don't like that a friend question mark friend fine, he's a Republican. Fine, that's what you choose. I can't tell you who to vote for. You tell me who you vote for. I can say I disagree with that, but that's who you vote for. But please know that your decisions in politics actively affect not only me, but a wider population. So when you're making political decisions, you have to think about who all this is affecting. It doesn't just affect you.
Exactly. Oh gosh.
So I just don't understand. I don't why do people care?
This door done, one of the workers was fired. Of course they deny. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I know someone who kind of got forced out. There was a big thing around the library about 2 years ago around drag story time. And someone was essentially forced. And the word on the streets is they were forced to resign, but they say it was not in connection to that, but of course it was. Like, it's sad the way like people do stuff like that. There are librarians right now, y'all, who are getting doxxed. Like, people showing up to their houses um because of their fight for or fight back against banning and challenging. Like, it's gotten, I don't think people realize how dangerous. I think in our community it's easier to ignore a lot of this stuff. Because a lot of us have the ability to either get access in some way, shape, or form to whatever we want to read. It's not true of all of us, especially when I think about accessibility in terms of like the global South. But I think especially here in the West, we take for granted as adults our accessibility to whatever we want to read.
Yeah.
And so the book banning and challenging in the bookish community sometimes, and I'm not talking about the bookish community amongst teachers and librarians, I'm talking about here via like booktube and bookstagram sometimes, even book talk. Like, it's not as, I think people are not as involved in the conversation because it's not directly impacting them, but I don't think people understand how scary right now
Yeah.
it is for people to be librarians, to be teachers, because they're on the front lines pushing back, and their livelihoods are getting put on the line every single day that they decide to speak up, which is why I'm very close. I have always been very closed off about my personal life, like where I live and where I work. I don't ever. I even tell my own people at where I work, like, do not, there's certain, like, I do not want certain things published in connection with my name, because I don't want people to be able to connect dots. And it's gotten a lot harder to do that, but I try to maintain that as much as possible because it's for my own protection and protection for my child, especially now because I speak out so heavily about book banning and book challenging. And, that is putting, not saying that I think my system would ever, it's nothing like that. Like, I don't think my system would be like, oh, you gotta go. Like, my system is very much so against book banning and challenging as well, but like safety concerns. Because once you know someone's name, it's not that hard to figure out where they live.
Yeah.
Because a lot of that stuff is public record. And so, especially with me purchasing a home, that is public. You know what I'm saying? Like, stuff like that could be public information. And so I think that sometimes I get a little frustrated because I feel like if y'all only understood like how scary this can be, when you have governors out there who want people who are specifically like in my position, like what I do for a living, there are governors who want us to be imprisoned.
Yep.
They want us to do jail time right now. They're literally, y'all, they are introducing bills as we speak right now. They're literally introducing bills that will, if we were to purchase or give access to materials that they deem to be pornographic, which, like, who the fuck is out here writing a pornographic children's book? Nobody is. Okay,
Well,
ain't nobody in there right. But
do they consider, what's the penguin one? Oh my gosh.
Entangle makes 3.
Yeah, Antago makes 3.
Yeah, they consider that to be, they consider stuff like that to be inappropriate.
Yeah.
They consider puberty books to be inappropriate, y'all.
How?
Yes, puberty books are now being challenged.
I know. I've heard that. I was saying, how are puberty books considered
Pornographic.
bad?
They're considered, no, seriously.
Or-
You have legislators out there along with these strict conservative groups who consider puberty books to be pornographic, and inappropriate in nature because they're teaching kids about their body and puberty and, God forbid, menstruation and stuff like that, and masturbation. And, like, granted, if you don't feel like that's appropriate for your child, that's fine.
Mhm.
But I do know that, like, when it comes down for me to have that talk with my child, I want to have the books to support me.
Yep.
To teach her things that maybe like I can't even put into words. Like, I know this about my own body, but like it's an uncomfortable situation for all of us.
Right.
I don't want to have it. Like, who wants to sit down and talk about? So you may get these urges where you may want to, just rub one out. Like, like I don't want to do that. Like, what the fuck? I would never, like, as a parent, like I would never, but it happens. And I want to create a space where like if my child has those questions, as uncomfortable as I may be, I want to be able to have that conversation with her and then have the literature to like, okay, if you, if you want some more information, or if there's something that you feel like I didn't explain right, like these are doctors
Yeah.
and psychologists who actually have this information laid out for you because it's natural. I don't want my child to be ashamed
Right.
of her body, ashamed of how she's feeling physically, ashamed of interest or curiosity and development. And eventually, as she gets older, interest and curiosity in sex.
Yeah.
Like it is human nature, but I want her to be safe.
And the other thing with the books, they teach what's appropriate touching and what's not appropriate.
Exactly.
Well, if you feel that this is inappropriate, it's okay to feel that that's inappropriate, and then it teaches them to act on that in a positive way.
Yes.
So there is that.
Speaking of she can't hear you. You can keep talking. I have my headphones on.
Oh, okay. So it's just I find it problematic that they would say that these things are inappropriate or pornographic to have.
Yeah.
I mean, for kids to read, because sometimes parents don't have the words. Like,
no.
Sometimes they don't have the words.
And sometimes I'm telling you, it's awkward. I'm even having a 3-year-old, some things that like we've had to, go through like appropriate names.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, no, we don't have nicknames. You call it what it, you know what I'm saying? You
Call
call it what it is. And so I think that, even situations like that, it can be, awkward. That even curiosity as a 3-year-old in certain things.
Mommy?
Yes?
My dog,
You left them up there?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go with them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Be careful, please. You want 2 cookies when you come back? Chocolate milk?
No.
Okay.
Yes.
I think too, like, even that, because like she'll do certain things, like, and she'll point at me. And like, it's like, oh, and you have to remind yourself, even as an adult, like she does it, you can't sexualize certain things either.
Right.
Because as an adult, you're thinking like, oh my God. But as she has no idea. So
No.
even then, that's like an awkward moment where I'm like, oh my God, like, I feel like I'm blushing. I feel like I'm so uncomfortable. Like, like, and she'll point at me and she'll call like my anatomy. She'll call it by name. And I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what that is. Like, or she'll make like observations, like, oh, your breasts are really big, and I'm like, I know, okay, all right, like, saying stuff like that, but it's not like she's looking at herself, she's looking at me, and it's that curiosity, but I want her to have the appropriate names, the appropriate knowledge of consent. Like people don't even realize. Like I tell people around whoever she's around, if she says she does not want to give you a hug, and she does not want to give you a kiss, you respect my child's boundaries.
Correct.
Because even if she tells me what I'd be like, baby girl, come give me a hug. She'd be like, no. I said,
No.
okay, that's fine. That's your body, and it's your right to say whether you want, even for mommy.
Mhm.
If you don't want mommy to give you a hug, you don't want mommy to give you a kiss, then you tell me no. And that will inform not only how she gives consent to others,
Mhm.
but also paying attention to when someone else tells her no.
Right.
Yes, boo.
I got wolf pups. You want that?
What, the one over there is Moana. What's that one right there?
Where?
You got the wolf pup Moana. What's the third one?
Where?
In your arms. You got the wolf pup Moana. What's the third one?
This?
Yes.
Hawaii.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I don't know. I think when I found that out, like that that comprehensive puberty books now were becoming.
Mommy, I need this one because we have them with your mom.
Okay, well take them over there for me. Take these 3 because I don't want, because this stuff you've fallen off and all that type of stuff. So take it over there if you're gonna play with it, please. Thank you. It kind of blew my mind that comprehensive puberty books are now they're getting banned and challenged.
That makes no sense to me. When I was at the bookstore, I had this mother come in and she was like, my son is starting to kind of ask questions.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure how to answer them, even though like he's just starting. So I want to put these books, like get some books and put them around like the house where he frequents, you know. And so she picked out some books. And she came in later and she thanked me for my help because she was like, she came in one day and he's sitting in the living room and he's like reading the book. And, you know, he asked her a couple of questions about it. And, you know, I think that's responsible.
Yeah, it is.
So
it is.
How do you?
I don't know. To me, it's become a mess. It's just anything that, and I mean at this point, just anything that they personally feel, whether they've read the material or not, anything that they feel like is personally inappropriate is something at this point that they just feel like I'm going to ban and I'm going to challenge. So, I just at this point I'm not. I think the public is becoming more shocked because there's this thing that's going around on Facebook, a display that somebody did at a bookstore where it was banned books, and they put them on. It was an end cap.
Yeah.
And they put the book. You okay? They put the book up, and then they put the reason why the book was banned, and it's been circulating around Facebook, and I think the general public is shocked. They're shocked. They're like, that's getting banned. And I'm like, yeah, y'all. Give me 1 second. I'll get it for you, okay? They're shocked. So I don't know. I hate to cut this short, y'all, but I just realized what time it is. It's 2:21, and I have to show a movie for my patrons in 9 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't realize what time it is because we've been talking.
Yeah.
So.
Well, good chat.
Yes, we didn't sprint. I mean, we sprinted once when you came on, but we always have good conversations. We always have good conversations. Yeah.
So when are you coming?
Coming where?
To my area.
No, you got to come to me. I have a whole child. Now, I don't even know why you even fixed your mouth to ask me that question. I have no idea why you just fixed your mouth to ask me that question when I got a whole child to tackle on.
We have extra room.
I'm done. Bye, y'all. We finna go.
Have a good night.
Erica is starting to cut up.
I haven't had an opportunity to.
I know. We're hopping off before you get the chance to do it. All right, y'all. Be easy, y'all.